Pro. Okay. Let's start. All right.
Yeah. Yep. All right. It's just the check again the stream quality. Before we start, so I see the mic. I always do that. All right. I think it's fine. Yeah. Game sound, everything. Okay. يلا نبلش. Okay. Good. I kept the mic a bit, the camera a bit away from the mic this time. Try a new angle here. Yeah. A little bit wide shot of my camera. Anyway, let's continue. And I feel hot. Don't know why. Start playing from this saved game. Adventure and Unspeakable Story. Trial Part 3. The Old Bailey. Closer to the end, but each time I get closer, the victim, the suspect goes away. Anyway, let's continue now. Okay. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irish man dragged me out for under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me. From me head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one what I had seen or heard. Well done, Gina. Can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Gina's really put her faith in you, Bruno. Yes, and thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have to now to get as much information out of her as possible. Okay, I'll press on all statements. See what. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. Oh, Iris even said it. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Oh, they're whispering. Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they have been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. Looks like they are having a secret discussion about something. Uh-oh. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. Wonder if there is anything I can do about it. Alright. Okay, let's listen this. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. pitch black under there, so yeah, can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me had to say. But it's more important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I didn't hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well. If I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps businesses, dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone heeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. Was the disc you saw? This disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in its belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word, but what I'd seen or heard to no one. But the disc and all, I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I would get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a lot of questions, like what my name was and where I lived on that. He asked me about being a diver too. After a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me and a head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilded got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two cows from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. a fellow who went by the name of Beepo, if memory serves. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. That's when McGilded slipped the driver and tend to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. That pawn shop obviously being Windy Bank on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the execution to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks. McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He told them up all careful like before and handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it is gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure this must be worth more than Miss Windy Bank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. See at these two. Oh, they're still whispering. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about who'd seen or heard. Threaten you? How exactly? Told me I would only be able to scrap her if I did exactly what he said, which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said, which was he told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me for 2 months has passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep the lug to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. Really? Why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windy Bank was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. We don't know what that something. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the Coopers showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Okay. They're still whispering. Huh. Small box. This one, huh?
Objection.
Oh no, wrong. I know the answer, but I don't know on which statement I should do it. I did on the last one. Wait, must be something here. Case summary: victims found deceased on the last scheduled US. The stab wound to the abdomen. Details. Huh? A summary. Maybe it's the last.
Objection.
Oh no. What evidence? شو اللعبة اللي مو براضية تخلص؟ انا الحين على اخر 2 بارت، انا في بارت 3 باقي بارت 4 ونخلص من اللعبة، الجزء الاول من اللعبة. انا الحين رديت. طيب رديت زين. مركز في اللعب. اوكي face challenge now to get so much. احاول استخدم الادلة شوية. لا بس لا حبيبي وين؟ المايك شغال ولا لا؟ شو الو الو. اسف. Looks like they are having a secret discussion about something. You are willing to come forward with that. I wonder if there is anything I can do about it.
Hold it.
في جزئين، اللعبة مجزأة جزئين. الجزء الأول بعدي على من الكرونيكلز، بس أنا بخلص الأول بعدين بغير اللعبة ثانية مو مشكلة، بعدين برجع ما ألعب من كل مرة واحدة. شغال لا تخاف. شو أخبارك مهندس؟ Threaten you how exactly?
Excuse me.
نشوف هذا مش موضوع. Spectre, Mr. Graydon. Wow, blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack. You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Who's the other one, Sunshine? Think I've got anything to talk about with the shady gent like this, and I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. They have clearly been talking the entire time I have been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. شو هذا ايموجيز كارت اصفر Thank you, Miss Lesterade. Thank you, Council. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. القضية الأخيرة دور في اللعبة. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. Negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly when the parties involved began to quarrel over price. McGilda took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilda's coat and its content were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the Cove died right after his trial. I knew that. القضية مرتبطة بالقضية الثالثة باجي. Okay, so you decided you would try to claim that article as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Mrs. started to appear. So McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that thinking ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located. Is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Okay. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There is no doubt. There is no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Yeah, to be continued. Stay focused. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago, and on the night of the Windy Banks murder. The only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Good gracious, there's no ordinary books, it seems. Although in truth I had no inkling that might be the case, it would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Windy Banks at much the same time. No, strictly correct, my lord. It was not at McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake, are we to understand that the brick maker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Oh. Wait, my lord! Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, or they are unrelated to the case. هذا يغطي شيء من متى. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly there is every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police. Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest in here. Let's read what Gregson said because it got interrupted. Piece of evidence, police property. Now you can't. But it is police. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored, and you, Spectre, have no jurisdictions here to prevent that from happening. Gar, the chips. No further delays, please. Play the disc. حتى القاضي مل. قضية مطولة. Some more code. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Graydon. This really is priceless. Stop dancing. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box, offers little in the ways of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, alright. Does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Could be a clue. It's a Morse code, I think. I believe that it could be irrelevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, council. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there is one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there, chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. That's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend. Answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense believe that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Okay, oh, he stopped laughing. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I am only the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Harley, Runo.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you have told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. So, do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it'll be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Bruno? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really, the way it's been made can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah, could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something just struck me, you know. Feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I have heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. Your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not, in fact, music at all. Then what the devil is it, Council? All the evidence we have seen so far, all the testimony we have heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that Mike learn the Bunny's friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. Evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this box. Music box. This is the one.
Take that!
Today's newspaper, Council. Headlines: pawnbroker perishes in big purse, plunder, hardly supportive of your cause. But it has something to do with it. Oh no, my lord, I was hoping you would look a little farther down the page. Farther down? Ministry Mall. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I've heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me? Sir? Whatever is the matter. You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, didn't you not? Did you not? Yes, that's correct. The particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh yes, we are not your run-of-the-mile communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madame. Bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc Contains stolen government secrets and Morse code. Order, please everyone, order. But this is high treason, Council. Deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason and what is capital punishment? The source of word I would half expect you to know. For our sovereign government, confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night, 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My lord, my word. In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? Bingo. You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. Had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prating away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. Oh, he's even not with him now. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of pawnbroker Mr. Windybank, that being a most flagitious offense, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. Ooh. Ooh. What? These two? You gotta let us have a rabbit and a pork. Here, Governor, we got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name is Anash Skolkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. Motherland? That's right, we are what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. They're still trying with this. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Graydon's counter. A mere communication officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway. Was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night, like what he told us to do. We'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Mr. and Mr. Skolkin. One, Mr. Will do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premise illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? The idiots. We did, Gov. We did. Quiet down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing but no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old Block didn't have to die, did he? Ugh, nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I'll admit it into the court evidence, record as evidence. That's the evidence now. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. Small music box. Oh, wait, let's move the chart. Small music box has been the copy. Graydon's counter. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Your communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communication are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop, must say something, stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you are being led to believe. Team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idle. Stop. Someone is sending a Morse code to juror number 5. Telling about Graydon. What his position is. Come on. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communication with Mr. Graydon? Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in my case, all messages are sent in cipher. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. In cipher? What's in cipher? Google, please. Let me see.
Enciphered.
Enciphered. Okay. مشفر. Enciphered. Enciphered. مشفر. Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important national communications. And he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon's highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer accusations are completely unfounded. And Skittles makes you hungry, man. Hold on. I'll get something to... والله ياكل. Hold on. I feel hungry. feel like I lost all my energy. شوية أكلة سريعة شي. Have some quick bread with craft. Come on. ماشي أكلة سريعة. Okay, you're good. No, you're good. Okay. Besides, the sound produced by that music box aren't even Morse code.
Hold it!
Let's just. They are not. To anyone with a brain, that would be bluntly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse codes. Come on now, I found it. Ouch, she looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court. Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letter. I see. For example, this is A. And this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you can only hear one tune, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there is no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not a Morse code. Oh, I thought it was. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of crap. Scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter for casting aspirations in future. Oh, stop, nothing to say, but stop. His mind's thinking the Morse code. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris, I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using a music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Seems impossible. Give it a try. There is still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument and infinitum, and add infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, to the peer, the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, Counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? This is a mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc to sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement, it's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths. This is so that each one produces a different tone. And this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange, a music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. Oh, what is it, Bruno? I have noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Oh, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. What? Look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together. Okay, they're linked. So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Who would have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the books? And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. So this movement also only produces a single tone like the other one. Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we have already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes they produce are different. Music box that can only play two tunes. Okay, was it could be a more perfect fit. There's no question the disc was designed to be played on this music box. Yet despite that, sounds produced are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. The just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there is more to this music box. Meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all the secret yet. Hmm. Hmm. Ah, present.
Got it!
Got it. Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sound of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witnesses has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with the mug gilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit, the argument presented by the defense has much power. Has much promise. Sorry, power. Well, خلاص, I have no power. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, you know. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. I must, though. I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiation with McGilded anyway. Was it not? I have no relation to the man.
Hold it!
So, 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Sir Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. Seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense, does it? Though, does it? Hungry. How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason. In order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. Only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. If we have nothing more to add on that role, let us return to the witness's testimony. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night and what he told us to do.
Hold it!
Ash. After all them years, you say? You mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We are the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. Old China. Meaning Cockney rhyming slang for mate. Example, we have been best pals since school days. Affectionate term for a friend. China plate, mate. Me old China, okay. Pronunciation. والله اعطاني اشياء ثانية. China plate. Close friend. The phrase comes from rhyming slang which China playtimes with mate, primarily we heard in UK. Alright, mate. Let's move on. Old China. Enough! Why don't you baddies desist with the fiction? Obviously, I don't know these men from Adam. Now, for the last time, stop trying to implicate me in your sordid thievery. Well, that's blooming nice, innit? You little turncoat. Fine, if that's how you want it. Two can play that game. We ain't never heard of this geezer before either. Don't know him from Adam. Oh man. Ugh. Never spoken to him before in my life. Never even seen him. Never, Nash, never. Good grief. Such a blatant lie. Will not stand in my courtroom. Well, all I'll say is this. If we had known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Hold it!
So, did you know nothing about this music box? We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. We ain't planning on knowing nothing about it either. By 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windy Bank's phone brokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said the door of the shop was ajar and that it was like some kind of a sign begging you to go in. But the truth is you were planning to break into Windy Bank all along, weren't you? We were, Gov, we were. You're right there. Because that's what he told us to do. It was his plan. Did he ask the reason? He said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I wasn't best pleased, I can tell you. Yeah. We are the sociable kind.
Excuse me.
Yeah, that's all. Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Hey? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who? Me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, after all. We used to have a right old laugh together the way back when... Well, together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Okay. I'm doing the wrapping for the bread. Yeah, with Ash, I mean, look at how him in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas, like what would never have gone through our heads. Well, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Melverton and Skulkin Milk Run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. Neither does your fruit. Oh, the Jesus asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know, but could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Added it to the testimony. My lord. Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I'll permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. Skulkin never Skulkin. Melverton, Skulkin, Milk Run, Gore. Them were the days. Let's press on their new statement.
Hold it.
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had gone back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds really legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we are here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business model. So how did your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk. See? You stuck your empties outside your front door. He would leave you them full again, right? So we swapped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dot line. We were tracking it in. We were. So, did you live in a dairy farm or something? Golden minute, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm. Right. Now, what we had doing on was simple. Once you had the idea, we just switch them over. See, our customers empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. A doodle, right? They're switching up. I think you meant to say a diddle. That's a crime. It was just an harmless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it. Harmless, as you put it. Well, it was what came, and what came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? Yeah, Ash always had his head in a book when he was growing up. Said he was gonna get himself an education, education, and get out of that slum he lived in. We all ragged him about that, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the head to even think of it. But look at him now. He's only gone and become blinking communication officer, ain't he? Communication officer, Mr. Skulkin. Sholmes and Wilson's milk run. No, Iris, don't even think about it. All of a sudden, we seem to be. I'll press that again. Last one again. Must be something else.
Hold it!
Oh. Alright. The business model, the business name. So this business was just a bit of fun, we say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Melverton and Skulkin Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. Where did the Melverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever clothes like you would. Enough of this. Oh, hold it. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this?
Attention.
Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Melverton that you decided to interject? Well, because I will. One of the applest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out and on him. He took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Melverton to us. Melverton. So that used to be your surname. Did it? Of course not. It's all Buncombe. Buncombe? I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can really rely on the testimony of these two thieves? Hmm? You're a communication officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to free those words, Mr. Graydon. Ah, well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important. Change. Ashley Graydon's personal profile has been updated in the court record. All of a sudden, we seem to be up for next. خلينا نخزن شوي. Let's start from again. Hmm.
Hold it!
Wonder, give me any difference if I press again? I'll repress the statements.
Hold it!
But I'll be right back. Yeah? Yeah. I didn't take a little while. Let's get back to the chat. However, as the defense has just demonstrated, the music box is able to play a second disc simultaneously, which means there's a possibility the device could, in fact, have been used to produce Morse code.
Objection!
My Japanese friend forces me to repeat myself. The courtroom is no place for mere possibilities. I thought I did it. I can just do that. No wait, that's new. May I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the maker. Exactly, that had nothing whatsoever to do with it. So as my learned friend appeared to be persisting with this line of argument, I presume the defense is able to show connection between the brickmaker and this witness. He got me. I'd find a decisive piece of here or it's all over. Was some low class brickmaker negotiation with the McGilded anyway. Was not no relation to the man.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago, that omnibus McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. It's based on a single man or something. Be remembered. Sense though, does it? How does a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government? Indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind this. In order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in me, sir, but actually we have more slots than that. Just gonna read the origin. If only I could find some evidence to link put them all together.
Hold it! Hold it!
I read all this. Oh, okay. I can skip this. Well, every morning down my way, and will come over. You know, I read this. Maybe the option. I'll choose them. Switch him over. No. I think the last testimony has something. We'll just save and see. There are some options. That's Mason. Uh, Domicile, East End of London. Victim found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus of the day. Fatal stab wound to the abdomen. Magnus McGilded, execution terminal. Execution attorney Lord Baroque Van Zik. Defense attorney municipal. Yes. Three items to spend this. يمكن
Objection!
اه اه
Objection!
oops. Oh. One more try, no? Oh. Look, I don't have enough evidence. Well, it does sound quite the same liquid. Okay, the Hound of Naruhodo's stone is a friend of someone who has that name too.
Hold it!
Oh.
Excuse me!
That didn't work. Oh man.
Objection!
Oh man. Hmm.
Hold it! Hold it!
Oh. Don't mention a bit, but yeah, but he's done communication also. Maybe I have to switch the disc to the other side. Maybe I can switch it from here. Or do I have to examine the list itself again? Oh. Oh. I'm feeling sleepy now. Hmm.
Hold it!
I did this. Ah,
Hold it! Objection!
um, mm, والله I'll get a tea والله. Either I make a tea and come back or turn off the stream. Ah. Ah.
استعملوني.
Oops. I'll move this. Okay. Okay. وين الدليل؟ شي داخل منه؟ مم. Rice Fire Nathan. Rice Fire Nathan. ميسن ملفورتن. والله يوم تكون دايف ما تقدر. هذا اسمه sound produced by the music was yeah okay so then okay okay as bookmaker negotiation yeah shown this
Objection.
yes yes بعدي صاحي I'm still awake Mr. Ashley Melverton tell me why did you try to hide your former name from the court because I haven't gone by that name for years it means nothing to me no I don't think that's the real explanation at all the truth is you had a reason to hide that name explain yourself please counsel I have here the notes from the omnibus case my lord and as we all know the victim the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. Was his given name. His full name was Mason Melverton. Melverton? Do you mean to say Science alive? Mr. Ashley Melverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Melverton, was your father? Oh, I don't know. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will be truly checked when you join the civil service. It really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Grr. Truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Okay. We give him the final dance there. Spinning dance. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. Oh, okay. The truth you say that you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Melverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded by dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and sending it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using two music boxes disk to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands, and a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme by credence whatsoever, but the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brick maker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at the Windy Banks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the two articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We were never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed, the intruder in the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the two prints from the security camera, indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeves of your jacket. Uh-oh. What? 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits, and Crook, I reckon, they're happy. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common back slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid this fare 10 guineas to accompany me, and as you have noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. Well, I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. He's dancing. He wrote his arm job. As good as my witness, I am sure I recall nothing of the sort. It's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is, well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms we have in evidence. Bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sean's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon's on the arm. Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Goodness. That's right, Mr. Graydon. Good. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you.
Hold it.
Hold it. Oh, him. Ha 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 ha. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intentions of ruining the distinguished career I had built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thoughts? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case. I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawn broker and shot him. You what? Oh, he's turned the table now. Order, order. Order. Okay. I can't say the way he says. Well, need my tea. Still not came. It would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. This must be part 4. Mr. Graydon. Yes. I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot like the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. The moment of the shooting, while these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Andy Banks threw Nash over the counter. I felt sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee or to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Oh, he knows about the blood. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way, but neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth, huh? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was covered in his blood. You say the blood spattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing all the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to offer vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Oh man. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here is true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there is blood all over the front of Jeannie's coat. If they test it with their chemicals, oh, well, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Jeannie. I'm going to shoot. But that's not Mr. Windybank's blood. The stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be counsel. Yes, my lord. Cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, I don't want to uncover some decisive evidence or really compelling clue now. I have a very bad feeling about this trial. All these references were jostling.
Hold it!
Hold on. Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scoring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, as it was too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular, mild-mannered burglars. That's all we don't like violence, says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items, looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bro. The old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled my gun on the old fella, and that soon made him crapper. Pair of you setting upon the poor, defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you. Sorry, Gov. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt sharp pain in my arm.
Hold it!
I mean, that's the moment you were shot. Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the three men were brawling. So it was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on, like the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly. So I wrapped my handkerchief around it, seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor. I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windybank that to shoot you, do you think? Well, now I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, I didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way, and then he scampered through the door and back. At which point, what did you do? I pursued the man. He shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though.
Hold it!
I mean, you chased after him. I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom doors a solid job made of stout wood. But there is a small opening in it, about head height, and that lets you see what's what in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about you, Borgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? No, not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybanks take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety.
Hold it!
I read you. He has arrived. صحصح شوية يا أخي كده. بص لا حار yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we have already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. But no, it wasn't the broker gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from the Windybank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not a murder weapon. So clearly, there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Protection.
But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, Counsel. He has a trick here. Something's... Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that little gutter rat shoot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. So the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. What's your feeling, Bruno? Much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment. But you have to find a way to break his man. And quickly, too, because once they discover the blood on the overcoat Gina was wearing, it's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood splatter over Jeannie's coat. Doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen. But we know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank, so what's going on? All I know is that it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley wasn't? Detectives can use test tubes too? Never mind that. I have to find a really stark inconsistency in this testimony somewhere. And I have to admit to have to find it before the prosecution discovers the blood stain on Gina's coat. Wow, these orphans were jostling. When Windybank threw an ash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. He said he pursued the man, then he shot him, then he saw the people. Uh,
Hold it!
he chased after him. I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. What about this peephole in the door you mentioned? She was holding a gun. Indie Banks International.
Hold it!
Let's check this one. That's the moment you were shot. Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor, with the counter as the three men were brawling.
Objection!
You can't toss the gun outside people. Um, fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door. I was watching. Of course, I could be retreated. Then, the girl dropped the gun through the peephole to the floor on my side of the door. Why else would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. She was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Not thinking I went and picked it up. Suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case anymore tragedies took place. It was you, in fact, who took the third gun, the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up my lackeys and left. Clear up. We made a bit of mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Blue here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's more blooming one sometimes. But I was just paying you enough, my God. By God. Tell me, Mr. Braden, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
You're like a bull of gate, aren't you?
Excuse me!
Gentlemen. Ah, ah, ah. Something wrong, sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this is bit of an hooligan, ain't he? It's these of whom. What was going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me. Whistle. Why the blaze, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? And why didn't you? Because we didn't know nothing about it. Or that flaming peephole in the door. I'm sorry about that. Can be prone to losing my rage sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Or blimey. See the way he's looking at me? Telling him this please gives me the willies. That was strange. Spectre doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. Well, that wasn't like Grixie at all. He's normally all sweetness and light. No matter what I say to him. Well, you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. What's your feeling, Luna? You have to find a way to break this man. Maybe we need to press his last statement again.
Hold it!
Did I hear the... Yeah, okay. After all, you can't even show the court such a disk exists, can you? As expected. You won't admit to anything unless I can trust the evidence in his face. It's not as easy as you thought, is it? Been a crime on this lapel? Don't stick. Not murder, not treason. Maybe not right now, but you won't be sniggering like that forever. What's your feeling, Wolf? As much as I had to admit it, insane yes. I have to keep pressing it.
Hold it!
And we'll be back through the mesh of the counter.
Hold it! Hold it!
Open it from outside.
Hold it!
He's not working.
Objection! Hold it!
Does the blood spatter? Oh. Okay, that's how it, I keep pressing. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier. My lord. Ah, the blood. The accused overcoat. Thank you, officer. Wherever the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. presume you have no objections, counsel. No, my lord. Well, there you have it. Oh. Mhm. Report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood found in the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of a spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness. See? What did I tell you?
Objection.
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windybanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited, Windybanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Malverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection.
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Story. 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? Yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a bally disgrace, treachery. That's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stethoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem. Pop out, it cannot be done. But we used Mr. Shams. Mr. Shams is not a chemist. Would you put such a faith in a chemical formula devised by me? For example, when I'm a communications officer, I held out Pirozeki to starving boy, and he ran away crying. But Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public imaginations. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth, from the start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witnesses said, the accused coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. Only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Oh. My lord, been a long battle, this one, but this old werehorse has something to say now. If you please, Mr. Foreman, as of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men, all for one now. Oh no. Sir. No, what the-
Guilty.
Guilty.
Again.
Guilty.
Guilty. Yeah, that's not what he said. Oh no. Oh no. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an Unanimous verdict. Okay. Come on, something. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may have at unpacking the juror's decision being equally successful. Oh, I don't believe it that I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You have delivered the report now. That will be all. Thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Oh! Oh. Mr. Jones. What is the meaning of this? Order, order, order! What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard you were recuperating in hospital. As well as I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Harley, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zieks? This trial has taken many hours of court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long, it would seem girlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Hey! He wants to finish it. Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize to my tardy arrival. Finally, he's here in the court. Mr. Jones, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry, I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes, but I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Harley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concussion of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. Never took the trouble to refine it for the appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right, modesty, but surely not modesty. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender Horishiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Sato. From Mrs. Sato. If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Sato foresaw today's events. I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are, won't do, would find yourself in considerable peril. Yeah. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present for Satsu. Whatever could it be? What's this? Oh, it's the machine I made. Oh. Oh, alright. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flapomat. Flapomat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Miss Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say, I have been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, you left Windy Banks in pursuit of the thieves. Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not all cryptic then. Schiffer. Cesar-san used this cat flap format that night, but why? Cat flap has been turned into the cortical compact machine for the rapid creation of small flaps, larger doors to allow cats to come and go freely. Use it for your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a submission examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder, Mr. Naruhodo, Yes. The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, defense request. Request. Yeah, we're in the part 4, the old building. Right. We're near the end. Submission examination, found cross examination, time to think. Submission. Further cross examination. But submission. What's the point in submission? No, wrong. Time to think. Further cross examination.
Objection.
Jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross examine a new witness now.
Objection.
Defense is not asking for the cross examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. So we have no objections, counsel. No, my lord. So nobody can say anything then. Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I will remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its right to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting direction of these proceedings. Therefore, I decided to afford the defense one final opportunity to in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. Single chance to present evidence? If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsel? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time. I feel in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. So, I think he's acting up. Mr. Sholmes! Did he really fall fainted or knock himself down? To stand so gently before the court in state of such high fever and such. What's this word? Google. Mm. Insert. Insociation. Social. Meaning.
Insouciant.
Insouciant. Oh, that's a new word. Insouciant. لا مبال. لا مبالاة. Insouciantly. Free from concern, worry, or anxiety, carefree. Stands so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. It's like a man when he's down. Why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. Hmm. Hmm. Won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given to me. Give me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well. Then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. The shooting again. All these references. Jocelyn to the broker was. Hold on. Let's check the new evidence. Something is here. Can't find anything out of place. Ew. Those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all. And what are the two parts at the top there? Oh, those are from attaching things, attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make a menace meat of even the toughest of doors. Sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but feels like the reality of the cat flapomat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. Waga is so adorable. There is nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Hold on. And the music has changed. Never heard this soundtrack before. Um, That's it. His lordship is only going there. It's one piece of evidence here. But it's clear that what that piece of evidence should be. How in the world did Susie manage to sneak off with this without me noticing? And she used it in the pawn brokery? Yes, at least that's what Mr. Sean said. I was only gone for the place for about 5 minutes when I went after the Skulking brothers. What possible reason could Sam have had to use Iris' contraption that time? Could it be that what she did with the cat flap mat really changed one of the key premises this testimony is based on? While these ruffians were jostling, Um, he said he got star blades something.
Hold it!
What was this one? Press. Mr. Graydon, take issue with you, Van Zeeks. Ah, oops. His Lordship made it very clear that the defense is present only a single piece of evidence. Prosecution demands stern punishment for any mischief used to make this cross-examination. Indeed, just deserts, counsel, just deserts. Only evidence. He threw that mischief in your face. He threw those just desserts in my face twice. But I can only present abuse of evidence. Need to think about this carefully.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel? Oh, it's my cat Flapomat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come go. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Ugh. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I describe its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine, practically no time at all. And practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sean's. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made a use of this device at the time. Our assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door. And until such time as she did, the door has no hole. Look in it to look through. What? No! No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Really suggesting the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Assistant tampered with the crime scene, wits, being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. Well, that is a most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through people in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there is no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Grr. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Oh. Order. Is there any credence to this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend does surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I am afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. It's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, Cooey, time for dinner. Oh, did she? Yeah. Well, uh, young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps on the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet. Don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peep hole in the storeroom door at Windy Banks was made by your machine. There is no way you can prove that it was. No, but easy. What? Cat flaps, my cat flapomat crates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole of Windy Banks are an exact match. Oh. Hehe, old Silky is lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student friend turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Oh. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Seeks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. Ugh. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend claims amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel, I don't give up now, Bruno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. Don't know if I can do this. I do know one thing. Sulson is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Prove that the peephole in the door of Windy Bank Store was created after the event and not before. Alright. Proof, huh? Yeah, here. Look, I see the people now.
Take that!
Let's go.
Objection!
Oh. That's the code, okay. The defense clearly hopeful that proves nothing. What? The picture shows them. Door. Um, is this real?
Guilty.
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 Is this real? This. Oh, okay. Take off of this scene. Some more chances now. Um,
Take that!
oh, this is the one. Okay. Got the picture. What are you? Print from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Sato Mikotova, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. This is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel. This print shows the scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Ugh. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because of the time happened, there was no peephole in the door. Ugh. In other words, your testimony is a catalogue of lies. No, girl. Ah! And he got defeated, finally. Finally. Order! 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 I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing. We now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend assistant guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. What's the wrong with this guy? But more importantly, good Lord, there is more, Lord Van Zeeks. Defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? Again, I was there at the scene. It's true. I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here. Oh, please. No. I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Harley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony in the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, Consul. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had no knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely the third gun, the people, the bloodstains. The people. This is correct. This is correct. People. Bloodstain in the code. Yeah. Show this one. Bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right. The victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... Oh. Shut up. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you quoted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, Or has the cat got your tongue, witness? Peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windy Banks, constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. Place is chock full of pond of articles. My lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts, so we get through it all. Consequently, there is no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence formed the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zix? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so it's all the same to you. Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. He's running away. Gregson is suspicious. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. We know the guy. Oh.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize I trust that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And we know the guy. And in fact, considering a particular clue you have, it's really only one person that could be. Who is the person in question, counsel? I'll give you the who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Hey, me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here for the communications station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Till then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was at the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You are suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery, which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Oh, I have just remembered something. What is it, Earth? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Jeannie was testifying. Oh yes, now you mention it. The bailiff was dispatched to retrieve my gilded music box at the scene of the crime. That's right. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Sir Graydon, the inspector, seemed to having some kind of secret discussion. Would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little Torag, you're making all this up. I am a respectable Scotland Yard inspector for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I have given away confidential details to the likes of this Loki? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain, but perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? Wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Yeah, the words there. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of maleficence. Maleficence. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusation is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you trying? What are you proposing that the Spectre demanded of the witness return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. The Inspector Gibson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon. Logically, there is only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. That's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence conveys the nature of the alleged deal that Spectre Griggs made with the witness? Maybe.
Take that!
This, my lord, this shows exactly what the deal between these two men is all about. I know it's wrong. Well, Spectre, what do you have to say? Nope. Hear me out. A bit this answer had no way that you satiated your appetite. Some of that bite should be there that my learned friend I feel. Yeah. I'm very surprised at Grixie. There must have been a compelling reason for him to give away case secrets like that. Well, what's the most important thing to the inspector? What could have motivated him to do it? Well, most Scotland Yard inspectors that I know would put nothing above their duty to policing. So do we have some evidence that is related to the inspector and his duties, I wonder? He wants the disc, right?
Take that!
Yes. Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you have been working on another very important case? What? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what alluded to in this newspaper article here? Classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at the Windy Banks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession. Are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Spectre. And in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windy Banks, you said this. I'll be taking that, whatever it is, of McGilded's down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine. That is mine. I'm sorry, miss. Anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew that time. Isn't that right? That Magnus McGild was involved in the stealing of government secrets? My orders were cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. That explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely, I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was possibility, that's all. Spectre, surely you are not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you didn't indeed reveal confidential details of the crime seen to the witness to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No, God!
Objection!
If, and I stress, if this sobering session turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person.
Yes!
Defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely, they could only have struck a deal with each other when Jeannie was testifying before, and Grixie hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector, He's still munching them. Okay. This young lad wants to tone down his imaginations. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it will put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? Presume you are aware of the precise precepts on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. Precepts.
Precipice.
Precipice. A very steep rock face or a cliff, especially a tall one. Jollof, shuffle curve. Precipice.
Precipice.
Precipice. You're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. Teeter, precipice. Teeter,
Teeter.
teeter. Move or balance unsteadily. Teeter, my learned student friend. Okay. You have made the most serious allegations against Scotland Yard here. If following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end. And my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. Reprimanded. Doesn't sound nice. Rip. Disapproval. Formal expression of disapproval. Reprimand. توبيخ, تأنيب, لوم. Okay. Yes. And my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are heavily reprimanded. Okay. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Bruno because you are scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. That's true. Can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. Disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications. So let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Still persist in formally requesting search of the inspector personal effects. Okay, let's save you. Every time I feel I'm getting closer, there is more options, more things to do. Yes, champ. Search him. Search him. Yes, the defense demands that Inspector Gregson is searched at once. Very well, are you ready to proceed, Inspector? Be my guest, sir. And so a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. Few short minutes later, it was revealed that the inspector had nothing unusual on his person at all. Ouch. Yeah. I have chances, nice. Just as I thought. What? Well, you heard Grexy before. He almost invited the search. It was obvious that we wouldn't find anything. Maybe consider mentioning things like that before I mentality put my foot in it next time. Well, counsel, what do you have to say for yourself now? Have you learned your lesson, or do you intend to embarrass more people in this courtroom? This is bad. You still persist in... yes, I persist. Search someone else. Well, don't say you weren't warned. Your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough, I have got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personnel. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Oh, Cyrus. Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? You don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I have seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, whom do you request the search now? Yes. Sir Ashley Graydon, my lord. Defense demands. Uh-oh. Very well. I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon. Oh, on contrary. Oh. And so a brief body search was a few short minutes later, and that Basile had nothing in his. Uh-oh. he wink? Ugh. Well, counsel, if I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, fairly sure that I know who has that disc. At the moment, there is only one person that can be. Not these two fools. This guy.
Take that!
Grieve, what possible relation could exist between that person and the case, counsel? Would seem my Nepalese hand does not requesting such a search. If the defense counsel's aim is humiliation, perhaps this will give him a taste of his own medicine. Problem is, he's been in the witness stand the entire time, full view of the courtroom. Not an easy situation in which to go while hiding anything, really. So there is no, honestly, only one place he could possibly have hidden it then. Perhaps in another person's pocket. Someone with him in the stand. He did fought him, right?
Take that!
He did fought this Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Hey, me, him. Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Oh shit! Please, my lord, Spectre. Scotland Yard has to object to this.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Spectre, your objections carry no weight here. Hey, this courtroom, only the prosecutions and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zee have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. Personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on a moment. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out. Ah. Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket, I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. Don't know nothing about it. Nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Ah. Order! Sir Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flamin Bennett. So I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? That question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, Why on earth was this man on position of the disk that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibits some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall what unusual behavior. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by the chance with second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my question, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did, and all. I thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off. I did. I was wishing I would been born as me brother I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got clue. He just suddenly turned on and grabbed me, whistled like that, and started shaking me. Why the blaze didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear hole. He did. Me head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, must have been then he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it. You. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. Could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Well, why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush hush. Hush hush, top secret assignment, is it? As far as we are aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed court as evidence, to be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Oh, does this mean? He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it, yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there is no proof that I passed that disc to the Spectre.
Objection.
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony that I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fantasy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... what? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? You admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc. Ladies and gents of the jury, as Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of the justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I would like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you are making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. That's a long word.
Tumultuous.
Tumultuousness. Didn't want to find tumultuousness. صاخب مضطرب عنيف هائج. Making an uproar or loud confused noise. Tumultuous. Excited, confused. Okay. Tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, to put my faith in the detective really. Graydon's highly skilled operator stop. Currently in presence of idle stop. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. Don't believe it. These 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson. They declare their decisions now. Is Jeannie going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we are going to lose. either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, Counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions. No? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. Oh man. Well, let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, be found guilty. So there is no choice but then, Bruno, have to throw some more evidence at them. Does that all comes down to this? Who do I present evidence against? Gregson? Ah. Never goes. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Graydon. Sir Graydon, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided look fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. Nothing left to lose. I assure you, will admit to nothing. This is my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. Our final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal he clearly struck on stand. Oh man. Londena. To read.
Take that!
This one. Just is that Mr. McGilded peculiar music box console? Yes, with a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time with the second disc we have just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc console.
Hold it!
No, wait. I can't let you do that. Why not? Because well, because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. Hey, the defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tunes. Defense believes that the second disc contains a second tune needed to complete the message. Now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. You go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that. It's treason. And do you admit the charge that in order to protect those state secrets you engage in unlawful dealings with the witnesses? You're mad. You let that secret information out into that public domain. You will be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection!
Let's not forget, Spectre, that you, Scotland Yard officer, leaked a confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you are determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. Don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. Court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection!
Spectre, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor, I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Ugh. In this courtroom, my duty is the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. No! Very well, the defense stands here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense request, the court will now listen to this music box set in operation once more. Look at their faces. This time with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. Let's listen to this. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakably. Oh, it's Morse code. All right, I admit. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that blooming box. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. do you or did you not strike a deal with the witnesses next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Hold on, let's look a bit. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you tarnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Spectre? Oh man. Wait, I'll just wash my face. Okay. I did. Stop. What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up. Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. Me at this very moment. So how about a trade? Suggest you accept or information that you may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. Couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that shouldn't have put him in the clear. Should have put him in the clear. Okay. People in the storeroom door. And the blood stains on the overcoat. Giving false testimony. This witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing, and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor of Mr. Pop Windy Bank. No, you. Oh. Traitor! Oh shit, they caught him. Whoa. Bailiff, restrain that man at once. That's it then. It's all over. I despised my life. Growing up, those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him, Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a square talent. So you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan. My little plan. Okay. Steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. as I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office. It was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable by using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason's Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He would once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagine his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I had seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you have become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail, old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, father. Need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? Musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought this score with me. There are two, actually. I'll be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the two discs, thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. First involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. Exchange them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of a deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes, I would sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded, not yourself. When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealing with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there is an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." Oh. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus hand over the second disc and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea that was actually on the discs I would ask him to make. He never knew. Just like I will never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name to exact revenge. Revenge. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I had made up plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you are willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Or are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. That he twisted everything to his father in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. That must be him. What's this, officer? This sooner than I was led to believe. Oh, it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. This time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter hired by me. Oh, imposter. Okay. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on one-way journey to hell. eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. It was a loose end, you see? A loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with Gilded. Oh, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs. And the music box, you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. Well, what's this? Windy Banks Pawnbrokery? Hey, it's pawnbroker's ticket, so it says you can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. It's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I'll put a jewel in pawn for you. It will fetch good 10 guineas if you sell it. So it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I know that if he had taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windy Banks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of my gilded pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait till the girl went to Windy Banks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you have recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellows' positions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale escaping going on at the yard, but we had to keep as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles. Before the police did. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night? With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night? The pawnbrokery I can only describe as nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I had located the music box I had sold to McGilded on the shelves of the forfeited articles, and the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket, the very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang. A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I had decided to bring my own gun with me that night, and just in case. He said unfortunately. Before I knew what was happening, I would fire back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home, struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windy Banks on that wretched night. Oof. Everyone is quiet. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster, a man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony! For what you have done is exactly the same. You have become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and has been escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lesrade. Oh yeah. It is time for the final adjudication. Adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Guarded squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. I'm now ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Finally. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Ha ha ha. That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Bruno, you finally managed to do it. Finally. Oh. Finally. Finally. Yes. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if it would come out on top of a while there. Top for a while there. Yeah. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lesrade, I'm not finished with you yet. Hey, what are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. Uh-oh. 2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems. I never done nothing of sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing Gillen's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Oh, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening, and turning our attentions to the defense, determining that when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend Courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secret to be disseminated for the entire courtroom. I'm very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he had done. So, if I may say something on that point, isn't that it's about the sounds produced by the music box before? I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What What are you saying, madame? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see? So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madame, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tunes. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. It's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, me lord. That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidating perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity, an appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing. I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life is. Life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you have got to start at home. You got to change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Bob Windyberg, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Yay! Yes! Fireworks, this is what I want? Yes! Yeah, more fireworks! This is why you're playing this game. Fireworks in the courtroom. That is all. Court is adjourned. Oh, there are only two in the court now. On a personal note, I must say you have surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grim to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think that there is anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan. We're all human beings. We are not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, to remind me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew, try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey in my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, till we meet again. Hmm. 17 April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendants Antechamber. Oh, apology. It's done. It's over at last. But where is Iris disappeared to? Oh, congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naro Odo. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? Told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one's ever as before, see? Kept the promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I've figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I have never trusted no one. But that just because I have been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. Just trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. When your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, then and your trust is rewarded, there is no better feeling in the world. I think I have to thank you for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. Trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, no, right? Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what's the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Oh, that voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling. Mr. Sholmes? Was all me all along, you see? Oh. I would assume you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. I'm very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you have been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Oh well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please? Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What that's supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial, he was walking on wins up dead anyway. Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Sir McGilded, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Oh man. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I am upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah. Upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that, bug truthers, what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs, makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands, claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? Great on you, which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Lestrade. Oi, just give a rest, right? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Harley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Oh, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for the skies. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. Ha 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 ha. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Harley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party for Jeannie tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for apparently all them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering? Taking the bug router stuff? What was in blood? Blah blah blah. Yes, I think you will find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving in an offense, it's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you? Did you, Hodo? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, and anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all of them, a lot like me for the slums, something that makes difference for them. It's a wonderful idea, Ginny. Sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. Prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Oh, Hodo? Yes? Oh, shit. Ah, what was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say. So, indeed, perhaps the situation calls for a phrase. Hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Hitherto.
Hitherto.
Hitherto. Until the appointed time, until now. حتى اليوم، حتى هنا، حتى هذه اللحظة. Okay. Hitherto. The situation calls for a phrase. Hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. A. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Yes, it's good advice, Jeannie. Right, I see. Well, thanks, Hodo. Thank you for everything, what you have done, for believing in me. That animation, didn't see it. Okay. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I will ever see her again. Well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? Should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She should have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? That again. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Early? As usual, I think I would rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intentions of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. Can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Lucy off. But there won't be a train, and surely we couldn't be that lucky. Hoo-ha! Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes. I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't. The great detective does. Again. Indeed, he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for, then? To London, Victoria. Eighteenth of April, 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover, Quayside. Quayside? I think that's how you read it. That looks somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Oh, there she is. Over there, look. Looks like she's reading something. Miss Susato, wait. What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial, I mean. We heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. Oh, that's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the people, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Lucy? Oh, the evening of the incident. Sir Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Bruno's armband. Yes, please don't do that again. Iris, that band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. Oh, a whim. I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapomat. So I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windybank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then ah, Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Sholmes. Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think that door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, simply had to know. So you used the cat flap mat to make the peephole in the door, as captured in a photographic print of the shop by one of the Harley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though, naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remember that trial 2 months earlier, trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah. For which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed. Of course, the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap. Is that what she did? Is that why she did it? So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I know at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Jones. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah, you could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Mr. Sad decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I had lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh, I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you have saved me too, for my regrets. Okay. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lesterade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box does contain secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo, what a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? It was a communication officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tunes. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood. Should they have been intercepted? In cipher. I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero pipe problem, I assure you. A. So. G. What? Asugi? Asuji? What? Well, that can be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Asugi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something. Asugi was the name of my best friend. What? Wait. So then we could have never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Dear fellow, it's quite a zero part. I'm sure you. Does that one mean something to you? Okay. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought the message probably gonna be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried to various ways to interrupt it. But whatever I tried, the word just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see? There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying? That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says Asugi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mr. Sir, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I am quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from the sun's face. Wait. There is no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. I understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. First is Kei Asugi. Kazama Asugi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? Second is Shin. Shin, I didn't recognize that name. The third is T. Guriga-san. Guriga-san. Gurigu-san? Oh, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name? Doing in a secret government communication as well. And the last name. What's the matter, Miss Sato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? No, don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? Says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the four names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all four. That's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Harris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So Daddy be in Japan then. Where Susie and Runo come from? Oh well. No, it's not very likely. Really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumi University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel like I have rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. That's a big honk. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Sato. Thank you so much. Wish you all of you the very best. Miss Sato, I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I am concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Oh, oh yes, the Hound of the Basketball. Well, we'll be waiting for you then, Susie. Promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Gloria when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy, Miss Sato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe, no, sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. It's an animation.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Oh. Oh, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the Special Express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion in the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mrs. Sato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? 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 That's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who would do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you like. Below it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Bruno's words, and I know just the one he will use here. Then I really must say,
Objection!
objections. Shu Takumi, director. Right, done with the game. First game is over. Oh, in the following weeks, under the music boxes arrived. Baker, something was foot, so it transpired. I have myself. I got for sale. My shown to solve an important case. And the for money I have earned consulting their work pays the patience. Oh, come on. Text is going fast. Ah, I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. And I'm this busy, I'll hardly usually cooks my breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some toast. Do Miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast. This guy. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly, rarely do rare Koban coins hide the rare. Well, I do know the what's this one. You know what, I will not read it, I'll just leave it. Text is going now. Yes. Green musky. What? See? What? Just took myself away a bit. This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters have come to realize what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Oh, that's a nice picture there. Oh. Cool. Oh, nice. Second version of credits. It says you can pause. I don't know. Might skip, you know. Let it roll. See? Oh, that first woman in the case. Oh, then yeah, Kazuma left. Right. Kazuma died, and it was his turn to grow up here. Oh, Lord Van Zeeks. And Ginny. Oh yeah, the judge. Then put the judge. Oh, Capcom logo, right. Nice. Yes, Saturnia Adventures. Nice. Okay, it's fading in itself. Oh, nice. Got awarded Fleeting Farewell. Oh no. Oh. Mhm. Just check what adventures we have here. Select adventure, new game. Yeah. Resolve. Oh. Now I can change to the second game. Nice. Oh, spoilers. Go back. All right. And that's it. Finally, I beat the game. First game. Hopefully, play other games until I come back for the second game. I'm no way excited to play the second game. Just because I played a lot of hours of Great Ace Attorney. There's a lot of text. I need a break from this. I need something else. And I will come back after. Yeah. Finally, I finished one. At least I finished the first game. Yeah, thanks for watching. And that's it.